Before we begin, I'd like to note that Trustee Martinez and Trustee Jobalkar are absent this evening, and they have notified us in advance. I now call to order the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees of Oak Grove School District on October 16th, 2025 at 5 o'clock p.m. May I have a motion and a second to approve the agenda?
Motion to approve. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Hearing none opposed, the agenda has been approved as submitted. The board at this time will recess to closed session to discuss 2.1, consideration of public employee discipline, release dismissal, Government Code Section 54957. Item 2.2, confer with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. And 2.3, consideration of pupil services matters pursuant to Education Code Sections 35146 and 4891. Individuals wishing to address the board regarding a closed session item are asked to reference the specific agenda item in their public comment. You will have 3 minutes to speak. Are there any public comment cards from anyone wishing to speak to this closed session item? Right. We will now recess to closed session and will return at approximately 6 o'clock p.m. 16th, 2025. All right, we will start. If you wish to speak to the board, there are many opportunities for the public to address the board: public hearing, public comment, or during a specific agenda item. If you wish to speak to the board, please complete the request to speak card at the front and provide it to the recording secretary. When it is your turn to speak, you will have 2 minutes to speak. All right, the Brown Act governs meetings of governmental bodies in California. Your comments to the board must be specific to the agenda item that you are addressing. If there is no specific item, you are welcome to present comments during public comment. Please note that you are attending a public meeting of the Board of Trustees doing the public's business. This is not a public forum for public debate. At this time, we'll do our land acknowledgement. Vice President Hebert, please read the land acknowledgement.
Union power! We got the power! We got the power! Union power! We got the power! What kind of power? Union power! We got the power!
I'm going to begin with the land acknowledgement. I'm going to ask that the crowd respect that this is a public meeting. There's not supposed to be shouting during a public meeting. And I will begin with the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that Oak Grove School District and our schools occupied the unceded territory of the Muwekma Ohlone Nation, the sovereign nation, and the original people of the skies, land, and waters where we work and learn. The Muwekma Ohlone people are the stewards of these lands and of the teaching and learning that comes from and responds to the needs of the land and people who share it. May our daily lives and work, research, teaching, and community engagement support the evolving vision of the Muwekma Ohlone for their community and these lands.
Thank you, Vice President Hebert. I would now like to invite our student leader from Davis Intermediate School to the front of the dais to introduce and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Naya Jimenez, please come up.
Hi, my name is Naya Jimenez. I'm in the 2B program at Davis Intermediate School. I'm honored here today to lead everyone in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Yo prometo lealtad a la bandera de Estados Unidos de América y a la república que representa una nación ante Dios invisible, con libertad y justicia para todos.
Okay, gracias, Naya. Naya, stay here, por favor. Naya, we would like to thank you. Gracias. Board, can you please join me to recognize Naya? Good job, thank you. We would like to present you with a certificate of appreciation y muchísimas gracias. And please look at the camera.
Thank you again to Naya Jimenez for doing the Pledge of Allegiance in both English and in Spanish. At this time, we will move on to Superintendent's report as well as the California PBIS school recognition. Superintendent Chidas, please provide the superintendent's report on matters that relate to the district.
All right, thank you, President Yu. I want to take a moment to express my sincere appreciation to our students, our staff, and community for their continued support and celebration of student achievement across our district. This weekend, we'll be honoring a little over 1,000 students at the 24th Annual Hispanic, Latina, Latino Student Recognition Event. Truly a special tradition in Oak Grove that highlights the accomplishments, resilience, and promise to our students. A heartfelt thank you to our administrators from the Allied Network for sponsoring and organizing this event for over 24 years, and for their ongoing leadership in promoting equity and excellence. We're also honored to welcome Dr. Cynthia Teniente Matson, President of San Jose State University, as our keynote speaker. Her presence will inspire our students and families as they continue their educational journeys. Thank you to everyone who contributes to making Oak Grove a district that celebrates and uplifts every student. At this time, I would like to share some updates on matters that relate to the district. Associate Superintendent Bowles, please share an update, if you will.
Thank you, Superintendent Chidas. Thank you to the board. Want to give this opportunity to give an update on matters relating to the district as they relate to negotiations, and just making sure that it's coming up on the screen. I think I had shared, there you go. All right, thank you so much, Alton. So later this evening, you're going to see before you, Board of Trustees, in the consent item, sunshine proposals from the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, or ASME, Local 101. plan of choice. And so district contributions also, the last contribution to health and welfare benefits proposal also included a multi-year to 2027. And then also we memorialized in the
There's been a lot of public discussion about our reserves, and I wanted to ask Assistant Superintendent Evans, what's the difference between legally restricted funds and the ending fund balance?
The ending fund balance is all of our funds, both restricted and unrestricted. Legally restricted funds are usually designated for a very specific purpose, either by the federal or state government, or even locally. Some of them might be designated like donation dollars.
Okay. So on the percentage, how much of on our unrestricted reserves is actually available to us at the end of the year to use for things like salary increases?
Well, of our $35 million ending fund balance this year, about 24 million of it was restricted, and 10 million of it basically was unrestricted. Of that unrestricted dollars, we have to set aside 3%. That's our required reserve, and that's about $4.5 to $5 million. And then the remainder of that unrestricted side would be about $5 to $6 million.
$6 million. So we have $6 million that at the ending fund balance, and I see from posts and from signs that the teachers have requested 6%. How much would that be for our budget, the impact for our budget?
Teachers, the OGA 1% is 600,000, just over. District-wide, it's $1 million for 1%. So usually I just calculate district-wide. So a 6% district-wide would be $6 million ongoing year.
So we wouldn't have and that's just for the teachers, but we have a parity agreement across.
$6 million would be district-wide. The
District-wide.
teachers would be about 3.6, 3.7.
3.7. So we wouldn't have an ending fund balance this year, and then moving forward, we would contribute to our deficit, correct?
Yes, we would, because the $6 million ending fund balance this year would pay that 6% raise, but it wouldn't be ongoing for next year's raise. Or next, for paying that new salary next year, any negotiated raise would be on top of that.
Okay, thank you.
Associate Superintendents, can you provide another matter that relates to the school district around the budget?
Yeah, I had some slides to do a synopsis of my presentation last night. So some of the questions you asked, I may be addressing as well. If Amy, if you wouldn't mind being Associate Superintendent Bowles, if you wouldn't mind being clicking for me. I just want to give an update. We adopt our budget in June, and that happens to be before the state finishes their budget. So there's always changes. The first interim is when we really get things trued up. But one thing that did come through that we did not budget was this $1.7 billion state grant. They're one-time dollars meant to be very widely used, discretionary. 1.7 billion translates to us just shy of $2.5 million. So that will come into our budget this year. Those are additional revenues we were not anticipating. They're one time, so they'll only be here for 25, 26. We won't see them again. And we budgeted nothing going forward. The way the state's been working, they do add one-time monies, but we can't budget them until they've announced them. So this is a nice plus to our budget and will help with the deficit spending that we're facing right now. The next slide shows the other area where there was an increase. The state has legislated that the TK ratio be 10 to 1, 10 students to each adult. And last year, they were only funding that at just over 3,000. The governor's original proposal was 6,000, and in May, he backed off to 5,500. We did not budget that because we weren't sure it would go through. We budgeted about half the difference between the 3,000 and the 5,500. But the 5,500 came through, so that's another $400,000 in our budget. However, it is earmarked, it has to be used for this ratio. So it's kind of a designated, it's not actually a restricted dollar, but we have to meet this obligation, otherwise we lose that funding. It's kind of like a class size reduction funding. This is ongoing, so that's very nice, and it'll help fund that program because this is an additional cost for the district that the state is actually finishing. The next slide kind of shows where we are now. So on the right, the chart there shows where I was when we put our adopted budget before you. And then we have two lines that really changed. The top line, LCFF, because that's where the TK add-on shows up. And you'll see it ticked up by about $400,000. And then other state, that's where the 2.5 million one-time monies would come in. So that shows up in that middle line where we jumped from 17.5 to just a hair under 20 million. The long-term issue, and this is the issue that the county is concerned about, are the total expenditures. You'll see that where our revenues come in the 140s, and they're back up to 144, about 3 million ahead of where we were at June. Our spending is still 152. So our deficit is still a good $8 million. That's the challenge that we face. So if we were to add that $6 million in new salaries, that would go in there with the deficit. Next slide, please. So here's a look at the deficits and the kind of income outgo, just kind of a household budget with the revenues are just big numbers. 144 for this year, 152 outgoing, about an $8.2 million deficit. That actually is improved because of that $2.5 million that lowered that from our June expectations. And then in the out years, you'll see the revenues stay kind of flat. We've scheduled in COLAs as described by what the state, what they think they'll be, but our declining enrollment means we kind of break even on the revenue side. But the expenditures, because of the declining enrollment, they don't go up nearly as much, but our gap of $11 million is still there. So the far right are the required transfers in outside of the general fund. This is another basically $18 million that has to come in. This is where the Fund 40 reserves are helping us because many of those reserves are unrestricted. So the next slide is just a graphical version of it. The blue bar being our revenues coming in, the orange bar being our expenditures going out. Down below, the red is the deficit, and the green is our contribution to get us balanced. All right. Fortunately, this year, again, the red bar is shorter and the green bar is shorter because of that one-time money. Now, this is how we're attacking that deficit. They are one-time money, so we use them once and they solve the deficit problem for that year, but we can't use them again. On the general fund, we have 35 million. You asked earlier about the unrestricted, restricted. This is a graphical representation of the unrestricted and the restricted. I won't spend much time here because we already talked about that. The next slide breaks down the restricted, because there's a lot of money in our restricted fund, but it's designated. The biggest ticket item is ELOP, the after-school program. The governor's implemented this extended learning opportunities program, and he funded it. We receive about $4 or $5 million a year. The main reason there's a lot of money in there is because it got funded the year before it got implemented. So there's a chunk of money there, but it has to go to ELOP. We're trying to find, as we do with the restricted funds, ways to use them efficiently and take pressure off the general fund. Like we put some of our custodial staff there because it is an impact, but we can't charge other things. It has to pay for the Boys and Girls Club, the Think Together programs that are serving students after school. The other big area there is instructional materials. That's the lottery money that's designated for textbooks. It has to stay there, and it's used each year for textbooks. And it's good to save up towards when we need to do a big purchase. Prop 28 Arts, that fund actually does go almost exclusively to certificated salaries. That also was pre-funded for a year. So we got the first $1 million, but we didn't implement till the second year. So we've got some resources there that will help us as that program gets more expensive and the funding maybe doesn't keep up with the increase. We have some room to keep it in place. We also have to keep required maintenance funds. Part of the law is we have to have a 3% contribution each year to maintenance. So that's like our 3% reserve, about $4.8 million. So some of that is there. And then other local restricted, we've gotten some money from the redevelopment agency, which helps us fund the maintenance costs. We've gotten money from Medi-Cal. So those are some of the other restricted. That's the green area there, about $11 million. So those all have specific designations and can't be used freely. They can be used for those purposes, and we'll strategize the most efficient ways. The next slide, I think, yeah, there's the kind of breakdown of the reserves. These are the unrestricted reserves. The blue part is the required 3%. The rest is the open, which I think is actually a little higher than the 5.3 million. It's closer to 6. But the Fund 40 I wanted to get to. So here's Fund 40. There's $32 million there. So when you say you've heard about $67 million, that's the $35 million at the end of last year for Fund 1 and the $32 million at the end of last year for Fund 40. $11 million of dollars, that's what's left in the minor fund. That is a specific plan we had to submit to the State Allocation Board on how to use those funds. It was a special law, and we had to adhere to assigning them to one-time expenses. The others are other funds we've received, Calero and developer fees. I'm using the words restricted and unrestricted. They're not exactly the same terms for the Fund 40. They're supposed to be used for capital expenses, but we have fluidity here. So this is actually how we're financing that deficit spending. You'll see that 16.8 million is what we're using to cover the deficit in our outlook for the next 3 years. And then what's left of that Fund 40 is about $3.6 million after we fund our deficit. Okay. The next slide kind of gets into what we have to do per the Santa Clara County Office of Education. This is what they focused on, the red line in the middle. They don't like the deficit spending, and they see the fact that we're bringing money in from another source to be a problem because it's only a temporary fix. If we don't change the ratio of revenues to expenditures, we're going to run out of reserves to pay that deficit. So they basically wrote us a letter and they told us, you need a plan. And essentially they approved our budget. I think the next slide is a sample. They approved our budget conditionally, and they expect to see from us at first interim a report to get the deficit spending in balance by 27, 28. And that's going to be a required part of our first interim. So the task, if I could go to the next slide there, that's why we put together the Budget Advisory Committee. This is a committee that we put together, and it's been done in the past, as I understand here. I think in 2018 or 2019 it was done. And we're trying to meet the director from the County Office of Education, address your deficit spending, balance the expenditures and revenues, and get that plan ready for the December board meeting. The plan is to find $3 million in reductions for 26, 27, and an additional $2 million for 27, 28. As we add salaries, that kind of makes it even more complicated, but we're setting it up just at this point. That also generates $3 million. We also are going to come back with recommendations, and this will be at the November board meeting because we want to present it to you in November so that you are ready to adopt the plan as we modify it in December. The county is not going to let us say, well, we're going to go for a parcel tax. We're going to still make recommendations on how do we improve our revenue side, improved attendance. Do we look at a parcel tax? Do we look at, are there other lease options we can do to create leases for our existing properties that are vacant? But the county is going to require, what are the hard numbers that you're going to do to meet your reductions? We'll look for efficiencies. Can we find ways to put things into other funds, whether they're restricted or the bond fund or the cafeteria fund, because those have money in them. Programs, what programs can be reduced or modified? Services, can we find services that we reduce? These things all impact students. And we try to keep it as far away as possible. Positions and then products. Those are the things, software, things like that. So those are the things we'll be looking at to bring to you in November in order to address the concerns of our deficit spending that the county has brought up. I think that's the last slide. Any question from the board?
So to satisfy the county requirements, do we have to come up with 8 million in reductions, or do we have to do a combination of potential increases and reductions?
They won't accept potential increases because they aren't like,
Real.
the parcel tax would be dependent on something. So we'll have to come up with 3 million in 1 year, but we get to count that twice because it goes over 2 years, and then 2 million in what's now the third year out, 27, 28.
Okay, so we'll be discussing the cuts in November.
We'll be presenting the proposal to you.
Okay.
And all. I know last time they did that in the end because things changed. They didn't have to implement all of them, is my understanding. So
What's the timeline that we'll have to, it would just be for the next fiscal year?
we'll have to adopt it in first interim, and then any actions we'll have to take accordingly depending on what the reduction is.
Okay,
But they would have to be in place for 26, 27, and then the following year for 27, 28.
okay, thank you.
The funding that you spoke about on the first slide in regards to the $2.5 million that will come to the district, is that unrestricted, restricted? What
It
does that
has
look like?
suggestions. It's very lightly restricted. It has more suggestions. So we're treating it more as unrestricted money. And that's how we've done. This is like many of the block grants. The state has been, this has been a typical pattern of the state to find money and provide it as a one-time because they aren't sure that they can guarantee the ongoing revenues themselves. So they give us a one-time.
So with that question in regards to, I know that you answered the question earlier, what would 6.54 increase in teachers' pay bring to our budget with this added 2.5 million?
So with it at a 2.5 million, what happens to our budget with nothing else is the deficit goes from basically about a little under 11 to 8 and change. So that 2.5 is reducing our deficit. So let's say we have an $8 million deficit instead of a $10.5 million deficit. If we did 6% across the board, which would be $6 million. Our deficit for 25, 26 would then be $14 million, which would increase the lift of the reduction plan.
Thank you.
It would burn up the reserves that much faster.
Thank you, Associate Superintendent Evans, for your budget update. I did attend your presentation yesterday on Google Meet, and there were a couple of things that I wanted to make sure that I understood after your presentation. So some things that, and I'm saying this because I want everyone to also understand things that I'm processing and understanding. But I did want to make sure that after your presentation that I walked away really understanding what our current revenue sources are as well as our current expenditures. I did appreciate that you really broke down what Fund 1 resources were looking like versus Fund 40, as well as helping the community and the board understand what the differences between the restricted and unrestricted funding sources were within both Fund 1 and Fund 40, because those two funds do keep coming up a lot. Again, it's very helpful that you highlighted one-time funds versus ongoing funds so that we know what is available in the future. And then understanding current expenses and how much of our budget is currently allocated to those expenses as well. So I think those were really important takeaways for the board to consider as we ensure fiscal stability while maximizing our dollars. There was a question at the end of the meeting yesterday that I would like you to address again. And the question was, that when we are comparing projected actuals against our unaudited actuals, there seemed to be like a history of the district under projecting revenues. And I think it was for the past several years. So if you could just, explain and share why that seems to be the case.
This is a recurring issue that's not unique to OGSD. When I submit the budget and what I'm kind of guided by the county, and this was true when I worked in Los Angeles County, they ask me not to put in things that are not certain, that are still being discussed or debated in the legislature. So oftentimes the projected budget will not have those one-time dollars. And particularly in these last 5 years, you've had a lot of one-time dollars. The Learning Recovery Block Grant, the Arts and Music Block Grant, ESSER funds, and all of those. So the data set of the budget and then the unaudited actuals is one data set, but the more realistic data set when all the dust is settled on the state budget is the first interim. There will still be variances in the first interim because, for example, we'll get funds from Medi-Cal. We never know what they're going to be. But so there will still be variances. They will not be as great. But when you base the adopted budget against unaudited actuals, you have a much less reliable first source in the projected budget. It's just because we're building something and giving it to you to approve before the legislature and the governor have actually signed off on a budget. So that's the main reason.
Right. So I guess then in December, when you present the first interim budget, we will see kind of the comparison between first interim and unaudited actuals.
Yes, at this point, we've put, Associate Superintendent Bowles mentioned CSEA. We have not put that in the budget. We'll have that in the budget come December. And we'll have those new $2.5 million in the budget and the ongoing $400,000 for TKK, or TK, the 10-to-1 ratio.
The other question that I had, and I guess it's like a rephrase of what Trustee Salazar Torres had asked, but I am curious, if we did increase salaries by 6%, I would like to know how much more we would need to cut in addition to, the 5 million that we're asked to reduce.
I think we'd have to look and see what other efficiencies. I'd really kind of start saying, what can we do on the revenue side? Because we're looking at 3 million and 2 million, and a 6% would be 6 million ongoing. So these cuts wouldn't even cover the new raise. Our deficit scenario would stay pretty much status quo if we did 6% and the proposed cuts from of 3 million and 2 million. Be actually a little worse just because it's a little more.
Yeah, I do realize it's a little unfair because you should, take time to do the math. But I think it is something that maybe at the next meeting, if you could present that
Yes.
scenario, just so that we are super clear on what those numbers look like.
Will do.
All right, are there any other questions from the board? Anything to add to your superintendent's report?
All right, well, thank you, Associate Superintendent Bowles, Associate Superintendent Evans, for providing updates as they relate to district matters. I really appreciate it. I appreciate the transparency. So thank you very much. Also, thank you, board, for your questions. At this time, what I would like to do is do some celebrating. I would like to recognize 8 of our schools that have received state recognition awards for implementation of PBIS. So thank you to the sites, to the staff, our students for putting those systems in place. At this time, I would like for Assistant Superintendent Enna to present the state PBIS awards for the 2025 California PBIS recognition. And I would like for the board to join me in front as we celebrate these schools. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Superintendent Chaidez. Okay, so the Positive Behavior Intervention Supports, or PBIS framework, is a proactive, data-driven approach that promotes positive behavior, strengthens school culture, and supports the academic, social, and emotional growth of all students. PBIS uses a tiered system of support to meet the diverse needs of students and emphasizes prevention, positive reinforcement, and evidence-based strategies. This year, as Dr. Chaidez mentioned, 8 of our schools in our district have been honored with the statewide recognition, which is a testament to their commitment to fostering safe, inclusive, and supportive learning environments. These schools have consistently demonstrated excellence in implementing PBIS which reduce disciplinary incidents, improve academic outcomes, and enhance the well-being of both students and staff. Through the strategic use of data, continuous collaboration, and a focus on teaching and reinforcing positive behaviors, these schools are setting a powerful example of what it means to cultivate a positive and equitable school climate. So, there are 4 levels of the PBIS award. The first level is the platinum level, and this is the highest PBIS recognition. Schools at this level have not only achieved excellence in implementing the framework, but have also become models for others, showcasing best practices in behavior support. And I would like to recognize the following schools for their platinum level distinction. The first one who we'll be calling up is not only a platinum level winner, but a 3 years in a row, platinum PBIS awardee, Baldwin Elementary School. Yes, teachers. Come on, team. You did this. Congratulations. Congratulations to Baldwin Elementary School. At the platinum level, we also congratulate Burnell Intermediate. All right, congratulations. Okay. Congratulations at the platinum level to Christopher Elementary. Watch your step. Congratulations, Christopher. And at the platinum level, congratulations to Taylor Elementary. Oh, thank you. All right, Taylor. Finally, receiving a platinum level award, Edenvale Elementary. Congratulations to Edenvale and all of our platinum level winners. The next level is the gold level, which signifies a high level of implementation and sustained success in PBIS framework. Schools at this level have demonstrated exceptional commitment to promoting positive behavior. And we have one school at the gold level. Congratulations to Santa Teresa Elementary School. Congratulations, Santa Teresa. At the silver level, these schools have gone beyond the foundational practices and have started to refine and expand their PBIS framework. They demonstrate sustained efforts and are making noticeable strides in behavior support. We want to first congratulate at the silver level, Davis Intermediate. Congratulations. And at the silver level, Oak Ridge Elementary. Staff Christmas card right there. Congratulations, Oak Ridge. And congratulations to all of our PBIS awardees. At this time, we would like to get a picture with all the banners. So with all the principals with their banners, come back up. we get them all? Who has, yeah. Yeah. Bring your banner, bring your banner. Okay, thank you so much. Congratulations, everyone.
President Yu, this concludes my comments and report for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Chidas, and the rest of your team for the report. And congratulations to all of our school sites that have been awarded the PBIS awards. At this time, we will move on to the closed session report. The board did meet in closed session to discuss number one, consideration of public employee discipline, release dismissal per Government Code Section 54957. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees release temporary certificated number 306407 effective October 3rd, 2025, in accordance with the requirements of Education Code Section 44954. The board also conferred with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, and no action was taken. We also met for consideration of pupil services matters pursuant to Education Code Sections 35146 and 48918, and no action was taken. At this time, we will move on to ceremonials. Associate Superintendent Bowles, can you please present resolution number 1535-10/25?
Yes, thank you so much, President Yu. Each year, the state of California designates the second full week of October as a week of the school administrator in recognition of the significant contributions that school leaders make to the success of our students, staff, and school communities. This week provides an opportunity to acknowledge and honor the hard work, dedication, and leadership of site and district administrators. This resolution is prepared in recognition of the Oak Grove School District leadership team, acknowledging the second full week in October as the week of the school administrator. District administrators and leadership provide support by developing and implementing curriculum, selecting textbooks and instructional materials, and recruiting, training, and evaluating classified and certificated staff. So it is recommended that the Board of Trustees adopt resolution number 1535-10/25, designating October 12th through October 18th, 2025 as the week of the school administrator as presented.
I'll go ahead and motion that the board approve resolution number 1535-10/25, week of the school administrator as presented. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Do we have any public comment cards? All right, do we have any board discussion? All right, may I please get a roll call vote?
Aye. Vice President Hebert.
Aye.
President Yu.
Aye.
Motion carries.
That takes us to public hearing. I will now open the public hearing on the initial bargaining proposal from the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, otherwise known as AFSCME, to the Oak Grove School District. Are there any public comments from anyone wishing to speak on this time?
There's none.
Great. Seeing no comments, I will now close the public hearing. I will now open the public hearing on the initial bargaining proposal from Oak Grove School District to AFSCME. Are there any public comment cards from anyone wishing to speak on this item?
There are no cards.
Okay, seeing no comments, I will now close this public hearing. We will now move on to public comment. This is an opportunity for individuals to address the board on any school-related issue, which is not a part of this evening's agenda. Pursuant to Board Bylaw 9323, members of the public shall not approach the dais at any time during a board meeting unless invited to do so by the board or district staff. If a member of the public wishes to provide written or visual information to the board during the meeting, they shall provide the information to an executive team member who will then distribute the information to the board if appropriate. Are there any public comment cards from individuals who wish to speak at this time?
Yes, there are.
All right, so as I call your name, you will have 2 minutes to speak. Okay, I will call you 2 at a time. So the first person to speak is Renee Brotherston, followed by Selena Bryant.
Good evening. Tonight, I am speaking on behalf of myself and my fellow colleagues here from multiple school sites. Recently, a colleague was told by superiors that my school is better off than your school. I've also been told that we've been told by superiors, just keep the students happy, give them rewards. This is not what SPED is about. SPED is not a daycare. Our immediate sites, SPED Department, Union, SELPA, they are all aware, and we have filled out our worker compensation forms. And now we come to you as it is your role to ensure the schools are accountable for student achievement and program effectiveness. A diagnosis does not define a student, but a proper student placement creates a path for success. Student placements need to be reevaluated, procedures need to be followed or altered so we can stick to your vision that we are building futures together. Currently, the district matrix is not being followed in the SPED department. Students are going from general ed to SPED without starting RSP. Teachers are teaching outside of their credentials, and this is just a piece of the messed up puzzle. As you know, the district is responsible for Code Ed Law, Code 56366, Code 44256, Code 56361, Code of Regulations, and California Constitution, Article 1. The district should consider adding and restructuring the tiered autism classes and ED to provide a range of support tailored to individual student needs, promoting academic, behavioral, and social emotional success, because we are missing key programs. In the first 40 days of the school, we have witnessed or personally have been injured. We are working in classes unsafely. Your staff should not be going home with extreme bodily bruises, chest pain, head injuries, causing us to leave our shift early, receiving treatment, and receive minimal to no support upon re-entry. What is the point of the new Work Violence Protection Plan forms when not all staff are yet aware that these even exist? And for those of us that have filled them out, we get an email saying the DO has received them, and that's where it ends. As again, you as a district are responsible for Code Ed Law 44807, Code 32282, Code 32281. The school, I know I'm out of time, but this has to be said, so I'm going over. 15 students, 4 adults, and 19 people in a classroom is overstimulating, overwhelming, and it is the cause of our triggers.
Thank you, Renee. Thank you, Renee. The next speaker is Selena Bryant.
I work in a mild to mod autism program. Mild to mod autism program. The mild to mod class setting is for students with disabilities who need required specialized instruction to access general education curriculum, but do not require the intensive support of a moderate to severe program. On any given day, we are subjected to getting slapped, kicked, pinched, punched, scratched, spit on, bitten, or have something thrown at us. Does this sound like a mild to mod program? For those of you who want to know the definition of a mod to severe class, it's as follows. A moderate to severe classroom is a specialized education setting for students with disabilities that significantly impact their learning, independence, and daily living skills. These classrooms feature highly individualized instruction, a structured routine, and adaptive environment to meet students' specific needs, which may include intellectual disabilities, autism, or other complex challenges. We do our best as a team to protect our students. We put ourselves in between our students and harm's way, and always do our best to maintain safety in the classroom. We need your help. We need you to better evaluate each student's placement, mild to mod to severe, not based on one specific diagnosis, autism, otherwise, but on the student's individual needs. Your students need your support. We need your support. Your teachers need your support. Your students need your support. Thank you.
Thank you. The next two speakers, first Wendy Hanson, followed by Brenna Jewell.
Good evening, board and executive team. I am speaking tonight about the concern that has come up this year regarding the continued use of contracted IAs. Last year, it was mentioned that the goal was to reduce or eliminate the use of contract substitutes to save money. However, we are still seeing contracted IAs on campus, and in some cases, our regular subs who are available and willing to work are not being assigned to these positions. Additionally, we've also heard that some of our regular subs aren't even seeing these jobs posted on Frontline. Wouldn't it make more sense and be more cost-effective to prioritize our own subs who are already part of our system?
Good evening, members of the board and executive team. I have two things that I want to say. One is I'm the one who brought up the question last night about the difference between the projected budget and the unaudited actuals. So first I want to say, can't the board vote to unrestrict some of the funds in the reserves? And the other thing I wanted to say is in 24-25, the difference was 10.8 million. In 23-24, the difference was 13 million in the projected budget and unaudited actuals, which feels like a big difference, especially when we're asking for 3.7 million. 12.8 million was spent on professional consultant services just last year alone. The other thing I wanted to say is that I stand before you tonight not just as an educator, but as someone who represents 420 educators in Oak Grove Educators Association. And as you can see by our demonstration, our plates are beyond full. Every year we are asked to do more with less time, less support, fewer resources, list goes on, and too often less respect. We are teachers, but we are counselors, social workers, tech troubleshooters, test proctors, yard duties, you name it, that's us. And we stay after hours, we take work home, we pour our hearts into helping our students because we care deeply about them. But caring doesn't pay our bills. Passion doesn't reduce class sizes, and dedication doesn't make up for a district that hasn't made a fair offer on compensation. Our students deserve the best, and that starts with educators who are respected, supported, and fairly compensated. If you want to retain us, put students first, then you need to make us a priority, not an afterthought. We're not asking for special treatment. We're not asking for an enormous pay raise. We're asking for fairness, for a living wage, and for respect that professionals in any field should receive. Show us we are worth it. Show our students that they are a priority by making their teachers, all of us, a priority, and give us the raise we deserve. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next two speakers are Sarah I'm so sorry, you guys, Giano Caro. And then after her is Christina Chin.
My name is Sarah Giannaccaro, a lifelong San Jose resident and homeowner in voting area 4. My daughter attended Taylor and Adventure STEM from TK through 8th, and she's now a sophomore at Santa Teresa High School. I'm an occupational therapist and a classified union president at the Santa Clara County Office of Education and a defender of public education. Now more than ever, we must stand united in support of public education, working people, healthcare, immigrant rights, and human rights as they sustain a tax from the billionaires. With the firing of the Department of Education employees, we must reaffirm our commitment to our students, particularly our students with support needs. And it's critical that we ensure our students have fully credentialed, highly qualified teaching staff who are provided the support they need to create inclusive learning environments. The only way we can do that is by paying our teachers and staff a living wage that allows them to continue to live where they work. Joining CalPERS for health insurance, as approved on September 17th, is a step in the right direction to manage the rising costs of healthcare, but you must ensure that the district's contributions keep up. It isn't enough. 2 houses on my street sold last month for $1.7 million, while the third, which had minimal renovations, sold for $1.3. My mother-in-law, the original homeowner in the Baldwin area, sold her $20,000 house for $1.3 million. If only our salaries grew at the same rate as our housing. While I can understand the district's concern over deficit spending, the district still has a carryover balance over $35 million, and the revenue has been increasing. The budget currently has an increase of 12% for certificated pupil support services and not for certificated teachers, classified staff, and management. This suggests that the district has accounted for their proposed 2.5% increase somewhere else and will move it later. How is this transparent? Last year, in Object Code 5800, the district spent over $12 million in professional services, increasing it by over $1 million at second interim. They allocated over $7 million this year, including $2.8 million in unrestricted funds. Salaries and benefits must be competitive to ensure that staff are able to afford to live in one of the most expensive cities in the country. It can't continue as the worst in the county. The district must reduce healthcare costs and increase compensation so it's equitable to build a future for our kids. Turn appreciation into action and prioritize our students, community by investing.
I have papers for the board. Good evening, board members. It's me again. In preparation for my statement, I did some research on 3 topics: the effects of financial, housing, and healthcare insecurity. On their own, each of these issues cause a variety of mental, emotional, physical, social, and behavioral issues. For your convenience, I have listed out many of the various ailments of each category for your review. Now imagine a human being with all 3 of these insecurities. All those mental, emotional, physical, social, and behavioral effects are compounded. Unlike compound interest, compounded insecurities are not a good thing. Next, take this unwell human being and put them in charge of the education, social, emotional well-being, and character development of 20 to 175 students 6 hours a day, 5 days a week for 180 days in the year. And in addition to the classroom responsibilities during the school day, add on other school duties such as meetings, adjuncts, and planning. Then add on to that all the behind-the-scenes, off-the-clock activities such as shopping for classroom or lab supplies, prepping lesson items, or anywhere from 20 to 175 students. And let's not forget grading and feedback for each and every one of those students. All of the actual load, mental load, and invisible load is just so heavy and overwhelming. What is the quality of work from our teachers who carry so much on their shoulders? What would their quality of work be if that load was sustainably alleviated? OGSD, I implore you to be the innovative district our community needs and desires. Be the district that leads other districts. Be the district that changes the story from district versus teachers to district standing with teachers. While you alone cannot solve rising housing, healthcare, and food costs, you can definitely alleviate it for each and every one of your teachers. My dad always said, if it's a problem that can be solved with money, then it's not really a problem. Let's redirect our time and energy away from bureaucratic back and forth and toward what matters most, the students of OGSD.
The next 2 speakers, Bob Prola, and then Lori Jo Short.
So students are the teacher's priority. I defy any one of you up here to call us greedy. I defy you to do that. I'd love to hear you come out and say it. You gave a beautiful presentation earlier about how you can't afford anything. You have a $67 million sitting in bank accounts that says otherwise. You spent 12.8 million on professional and consulting services last year. So I defy you to call us greedy. What was missing from your report today and from that beautiful bargaining update you sent out the other day, which by the way was quite inaccurate and inflated the cost of the proposals you've made, what was missing from that was the human element. Why do you think these people are out here? Do you think it's because they're greedy? Or is it because they can't afford to live here? They can't afford the rent. They can't afford to pay the hundreds of dollars out of our paychecks that have happened over the last several years because this district screwed up for healthcare. They can't afford to be a teacher without a second full-time job. They can't afford to live in this community. They have to drive from out of the community into the community. They can't afford a house here. They can't afford the rent. That's why people are mad. So what's missing from all of those bargaining reports that you put out was any kind of a human element. Is it because you don't care? Is that what it is? I don't know. But the next time you send out a bargaining update, I have a new title for you. Why don't you title it, Let Them Eat Cake? Because that is the impression you're giving us. The impression is that you do not care. That's the impression that we have right now. Yvonne, you got a chance to change this. You're at a crossroads right now. You can choose which path we take. Do you want this path, or can we actually get to work and settle this thing tomorrow? We'll meet you there, but you got to do your part. Be a leader and lead.
I have two topics I want to talk about. The first is, I think the board members should know about the treatment of SPED students in our district. And after over 2 months of school, students with IEPs are being involuntarily moved to new schools where there is room on an RSP caseload. I do not understand how a caseload is more important than a child's well-being. How is this fair to these students? On another note, you came in and you asked us to sit down and show respect. Board members, I implore you, show us some respect. How is 14 bargaining sessions respectful? How is keeping huge reserves respectful? How is sending out propaganda to the public and the community respectful? How is 2.5% respectful? Where is the respect for OGEA? We are the engine and the heart of this district, and we could shut it down. 2.5 is not enough.
All right. Thank you. That does conclude our public comment section. Before we move on to bargaining comments, I do want to say a few words. I do want to thank everyone who has spoke tonight. The board, as a board, we do value your thoughts, your stories, and your perspectives. And as someone who also works in a neighboring school district, I do understand the dedication and the challenge that this work brings, right? Balancing classroom demands, supporting students, managing rising costs, as well as taking care of our own families. That message is not lost on me. I do have empathy, and the board does have empathy for the pressures that educators face. And we do recognize and support your work. Our goal as a board is to ensure that community voices do inform our understanding and our decision-making. At the same time, as a school board, we do have a very important responsibility to ensure that the district stays financially stable. Every decision does come with trade-offs, and we do have to balance salaries, programs, and classroom resources while protecting the long-term health of our district. So, but I do want you to know, and please know, that the board is doing our homework. We are asking questions, and we're working to fully understand the numbers and the context behind our budget. We also know that real progress does require advocacy beyond our district at the county, state, and federal levels to really secure the funding that our schools truly need. With that said, I do want everyone to know that we remain committed to supporting good faith negotiations and open dialogue, and we do trust that our bargaining teams will continue their work with respect and to focus on our shared goals for student support and educators alike. Again, this board is listening, and we will continue to approach these challenges with care, compassion, and respect for our entire school community. With that said, I will move on to employee bargaining unit comments. Do we have any reports from bargaining unit representatives?
Good evening, Board of Trustees. I'm going to start by reading a letter from one of our members. Her name is Mindy Lover, and she asked me to read it for her. I'm a single mom living off one income. I'm a veteran teacher with 19 years of experience. Despite my dedication and years in education, I can't afford to live in the community I serve here in the Bay Area, so I commute to San Jose every day. Here's how my paycheck breaks down. 47% goes to mortgage, 13% goes to bills, 25% of food and daily necessities, 5% to gas. That leaves just 10% for any extra spending. I'm unable to save, and I consider a successful month if I manage to stay with my paycheck, which is becoming increasingly difficult as prices continue to rise. When unexpected expenses come up, I have no choice but to rely on credit cards. From there, it snowballs. Higher balances mean higher payments each month. I wake up every day stressed out about money, and by the middle of the month, I'm already counting the days until my next paycheck. I used to have a second job, but it became too much to handle. I needed time to rest and recover, just to keep up with the demands of teaching. Thank you for listening. Mindy Lover. That was the first part of my speech. But the second part is about safety. We are 2 months within the school year, and I've got reports of 6 teachers having physical aggressions by students. We can't afford to have this. We need to be safe in our classrooms. We need systems for teachers to be safe. And we need to assess students when it's needed. When teachers are assaulted, they get traumatized. You could see the exterior bruises, but there's trauma, there's PTSD. And also for our students who are watching when teachers are assaulted. We can't afford to have this. We need safe classrooms. Thank you.
Hi, Chuck Baylot, CSA President. I wasn't going to report anything out tonight, but based on the safety stuff, I was going to wait till the next meeting to talk about it, but since it's come up, I'll just bring it up. We too, with the IAs, have had a concerning amount of not altercations, but getting injured and hit. Not all of them end up in injuries, but getting hit and stuff like that is, it's a big deal. So I'll be following up with district manager, and I do want to know, I want to start knowing the number of times that happens. And this is something I've come forward to for like 3 years now. And so I don't know if there's a great solution, but I think I'd like to see something begin to start to feel like we're going to at least try to lessen the amount of times that happens. That's something I'm concerned on. There's some special ed things I want to talk about, but I'll save that for the staff that they can report to you or accumulate it over the next month to present to you at the next meeting. So thank you. Thank you to our bargaining units for their reports.
Let's move on to consent agenda. Superintendent Chaitis, please present the consent agenda.
Thank you, President Yu. At this time, I would like to recommend that the board approve the consent agenda as submitted.
I'll go ahead and approve the consent agenda as submitted. Can I get a second? Second. Do we have any public comment cards? Do we have any board discussion? Right, can we get a roll call vote, please?
Member Torres,
Aye.
Vice President Hebert,
Aye.
President Yu. Aye. Motion carries.
All right, let's move on to information item 8.1, issuance of additional Measure P funds. Associate Superintendent Evans, please present this item.
Yes, thank you, President Yu. Tonight, we want to present to you the options and timeline potentials for issuing Measure P funds. We work with CFW, and after the passage of Measure P, they are our fiscal advisor, our municipal advisor, and they're here to present an update on our assessed valuations. We have Emilio Flores from CFW, and he will share with you where our current outstanding bonds are, what our current assessed valuation is, what the potentials are for issuing our next round of bonds to continue our modernization project. So I will share my screen, and then I'm your clicker.
Well, good evening. My name is Emilio Flores. I'm the managing partner of Caldwell Forrest Winters and CFW Privacy Services. We are the district's municipal advisor, as Associate Superintendent Evans had pointed out. CFW has been around since 1986. I'm a second generation municipal advisor. And tonight, I'll be presenting the board with an overview of the Measure P program, where we are. The reason why we do this in the fall is because what happens is that the county assesses the property values within your district on an annual basis. This typically is done from January to July, and then those values are then certified and then presented to the Board of Supervisors for approval. And the reason why that's so important is that the overall tax base of your district determines your ability to issue bonds for facilities. And that's also very important to understand, is that in California, school pay the bonds. You have, I believe, at least one previous bond authorization operating in that particular method. The more common one since 2001 is a Proposition 39 GEO-bond measure, which requires 55% affirmative vote by voters within the district. With that lower threshold comes some requirements. For example, you have a maximum tax rate that you are estimating to voters at the time you issue bonds. That's typically for a non-unified school district in the amount not to exceed $30 per 100,000 of assessed valuation. Assessed valuations is a very unique concept in California. It is the value that the county assigns to your property. Now, because of Proposition 13, which passed back in the 70s, if you own a home or a type of property, the maximum amount that the assessment can increase on an annual basis is 2%, unless there is a transfer of that property, at which point it resets to the market value of that particular property. So if you buy a house and sell it at a loss, it gets reassessed at that lower value. If you buy a house and you sell it at a higher value, the assessed valuation comes up to that market rate. And then thereafter, the 2% restriction goes forward. So I give you all that background primarily to say that all of this is driven in terms of a timeline perspective on the Board of Supervisors certifying those assessed valuations, coming back to the district, providing you updates on current tax rates, the assessed valuation, and your ability to issue bonds into the future from the authorizations. Next slide, please. So just a quick background on the overall district's bond programs. To date, there have been 4 programs that have been approved by voters within the school district. Back in 1995 was the first one. That was a Prop 46. That was a 2/3 election. At the time, you had 69.7% approval. The Measure S in 2008 had 75%. Measure P, the first one, was in 2014. And then currently, we are working through Measure P, was approved by voters in 2022 in the amount of $236 million in authorization. Authorization is a very important concept to understand. The voters are essentially providing you with a credit limit. They're saying, we're authorizing you to sell up to this amount of dollars. Anything beyond that, you need to come back to us and ask for additional authorization. The district authorization never expires. So until you use it, it is there. Some of you may recall from a previous bond authorization, we had some bond authorization that was sitting around for a while because of the Great Recession. We had a large decrease in property values. It inhibited our ability to issue additional bonds. And so it took us a long time to digest and issue those bonds going forward. Currently, of the $236 million authorization for Measure P, the first series of bonds was sold in the amount of $67.7 million. And we have a remaining authorization of $168.3 million from Measure P as we go forward. In addition to these bond issuances, what's important to understand is that's the principal amount of bonds we're able to sell. That's the principal amount of money that's available to affect facilities improvements. Periodically, just like you're able to refinance debt, whether it be your home, your credit card, and so forth, the district is also able to avail itself of opportunities to refinance its debt based on duration of those loans, as well as current market interest rates. And the district has availed itself of that in the past, generating over $50 million in taxpayer savings since 2015. Next slide, please. One of the major determinants of our ability to issue bonds going forward is tax rates. So as I mentioned before, Measure P is subject to a tax rate limitation. That's an estimated tax rate of $30 per 100,000. That is the maximum allowable under state law. Now, the district can go forward and set its own limitations on those in terms of estimates to the voters. We call those moral obligations, right? So if there's any tax rate that is below that statutory $30 per 100,000, that's something the district can elect to do, but however, it's not a legal obligation. And in fact, the state can force you to exceed whatever moral obligation you've made to it if there is a rationale for that. For example, districts that seek financial hardship under the school facilities program at the state level, they actually have to demonstrate to the state that there is no ability to issue additional bonds within the statutory limitations. If there is, they will actually require you to issue bonds and void that moral obligation for a lower tax rate in order to make sure that they are able to access those funds that have been approved previously. The good news is we've not had to do that in Oak Grove. The better news is that at the time of the 2022 election, the district made a moral obligation for a combined tax rate of about 68.7 or $68.70 per 100,000 of assessed valuation in terms of its total outstanding debt and tax rates. Even better news is that since then, the tax rate for all outstanding debt, so everything associated with Measure P in 2022, Measure P, the one previous to that, and other outstanding bonds, the total combined tax rate has actually come in underneath that $68.70 estimated that was given to voters at the time of the election. Today, in fact, we're at $54.80 based on the values adopted by the county auditor and treasurer tax collector. Just to give you a quick breakdown of that $54.80, $24.10 is being used to repay the 2008 authorization. $15.10 is being utilized to repay the 2014 authorization, and $15.60 are being used to repay the outstanding Measure P bonds that we had talked about previously. Next slide, please. The reason why those tax rates have had a declining rate over time is that the way in which the bonds are structured is such that we try to estimate the overall growth in property values, and we try to maximize or optimize that growth curve and issue debt against it. So for example, as I mentioned before, in Prop 13, there is a maximum increase that occurs of 2%. So we can pretty much bank on assessed valuation will increase by 2% absent some external economic forces, Great Recession, the mortgage meltdown, COVID, things of that nature. But strictly speaking, outside of those external types of large-scale recessions, property value in California continues to increase because of that 2% reassessment as we go forward. Beyond 2%, we're basically projecting that there will be transfers of property that will reset the historical assessed valuation of homes to the market value. One of the public comments earlier today was talking about how someone had bought a house for $20,000. So imagine that $20,000 house is being assessed incrementally at 2% over time, but then one day they sell the house, it's $1 million, right? It would have taken probably about 37 years or so to compound to that $1 million in terms of assessed valuation, actually probably more. But the point being is that that transfer is what is fueling a lot of that. So empty lots going into development, you taking single family lots going into multifamily lots, right? Townhomes. That conversion creates additional value and resets that market value. So on the right-hand side of this chart, is the historical values of how assessed valuation has grown over time. And just to give you an example, over this past year from fiscal year 24-25 to 25-26, the assessed valuation grew by $1.12 billion, that's with a B, billion dollars within the district. That represented an annual change in assessed valuation of 4.5%. So beyond that standard 2% of growth, there was another 3.5% of overall growth that contributed to that. When we sold the bonds, we typically tried to structure in such a way that the payments need to be made back to the bondholders matches that assessed valuation. So anytime we structure those issuances, we typically cap that at about 4 or 4.25%. So anything above that, what's going to happen is that's going to be excess taxing capacity, excess value to repay the tax, which means a lower tax is collected in order to make our interest and principal payments. Over the last 20 years, our average has been about 4.8%. Over the last 15 years is 5.8, and even our 10-year average is about 6.6. So we've always been above that 4%. And the only time we actually experienced any significant declines in assessed valuation was during that Great Recession. And that was, at this point, almost 15 years ago. So I graduated into that recession, so I'm glad that's behind us. Next slide, please. The other thing that determines our ability to issue bonds is interest rate trends. So similar to a mortgage rate, bonds have a borrowing rate as well. Now, there are thousands of bond issuances that occur throughout the United States on an annual basis. And there's never a apples to apples comparison of where interest rates are. So what we use an aggregate average indice. So basically we say, okay, on any given day, what's the average interest rate for a particularly rated bond? And so the good news is that the district has been very strategic over the last couple decades about when it issues bonds. And we try to avoid anytime there's large scale increases in assessed valuation. But just to give you an idea of where we're at today, today's interest rate for a AA rated bond, and the district is rated AA3. So we'll talk about that a little bit in a minute. But the average interest rate on those types of borrowings is about 4.35%. And that's for a 30-year term bond. So the idea there is, the district is able to borrow at a 4 to 5% range. The current mortgage rate, I believe, is somewhere between 6 and 6.5, just to give you an idea of what that is. And our last issuance of bonds back in 2023, the average interest rate was about 3.55. So there's been a difference of about 0.8 of a percentage point. Doesn't sound like a lot, but if you guys have tried to buy a home lately, nearly 1% difference in interest rate is a significant higher number in terms of your interest payments on a month-to-month basis, and it impacts the amount of principal you're able to repay over time. That said, we're still at relative historical lows. So some of you that may have bought a house in the early 90s, some of you have bought some in the 80s or 70s, or maybe have parents, you'll tell you the age of 12%, 15% mortgages, things of that nature. Relatively speaking, the cost of capital remains fairly affordable. Next slide, please. So all this information, what does it really mean in terms of your ability to issue Measure P bonds and to continue your capital program going forward? So one of the things that we look at is we look at our available tax rate. So we were at that 54.80, we committed to that 68.70. There's a gap there in terms of additional tax dollars that we can capture in order to pay new debt and issue that going forward. Secondarily, one of the things we look at is what is our statutory bonding rate? So one of the things the state says is that the state has come up with a how can I put it, suggestion of how much debt is appropriate before any additional authorization needs to occur with the state. And so for a non-unified school district, it's about 1.25% of your total assessed valuation. So that bonding capacity grows as your assessed valuation grows, okay? Currently, there is about a $71 million net difference between your outstanding debt and that statutory bonding capacity. So between your statutory bonding capacity, the tax rates, and the estimated interest rates to borrow going forward, we believe it's plausible, if not possible, to issue another $71.5 billion in support of your facilities program at the district. As part of that particular process, one of the things that we always want to look at is what are things that could affect our ability to issue those bonds? And one of those things that's very important, and probably most important thing beyond tax rates and the overall authorization, is the historical interest rate. The school district, just like your individual selves, like business and so forth, has a credit rating. And this credit rating is the single most important determinant of what the cost of borrowing is for a school district and its bond program. The better rated you are, the less risky it is, the lower interest rate you're able to achieve in repaying those bonds in comparison to other rated districts. You carry a rating of AA3. AA3 is a great rating. Most school districts typically are in the single A category. For some reason in finance, we made sure that it's extremely confusing how we rate bonds. And so the general scale is AAA is the best. So AAA is sovereign, usually sovereign, which means United States of America, unless you shut it down for a couple of weeks. But you're talking about wealthy nations, basically. There are a few school districts that carry that AAA. The St. Helena's of the world is one of those. Hope Ranch down in Santa. So very affluent districts with typically a additional funding source outside of its state funding. So you go to St. Helena, they will have a $250,000 wine auction that will support the CTE program, for example. So there's other things that contribute into that. But AA, which is the category right below, are typically assigned to very stable school districts with high wealth indicators. And what I mean by that is typically the ratio of property values, income levels, and so forth against your outstanding debt. So relatively speaking, the district has a relatively low amount of debt as it compares to its wealth indicators. However, they do also look at operations. And that's the part that it's always kind of interesting conversation to have with school districts. And what's important to understand is that we have been working with the rating agencies over the past several years. And we've been working in conjunction with them. There are what are called surveillance calls. So periodically, the rating agencies will come to us and say, hey, we need to update where you're on budget. What are the things that you're doing? And over the last several years, they have taken notice of the fact that there are structural deficits in the budget. And they have taken note that the district has made concrete steps in addressing those in terms of school closures, consolidations, things of that nature. But they still recognize, similar to how your county looks at it, that there is a risk of fiscal imbalance. And that without a demonstration of that, of a willingness or an ability to solve that deficit spending, there's going to continue to be a negative pressure on your credit rating. And so right now we're at a AA3. That's the lowest category of AA, okay? After AA, we'd fall into what's called a single A. Now below single A, there's something called a triple B, okay? And this is important for everybody to understand. Triple B plus is the lowest credit rating you can receive that you're still considered to be investment grade. You may have heard of the term junk bonds. Anything rated below a triple B plus is considered junk bonds, okay? Risky investments, okay? Most school districts in California have that single A. You're currently at the AA3, and that's something that we want to continue to look at in our ability to maintain that. You as a district board cannot control who lives in your district. You cannot control the property values in your district. you cannot control about 2/3 of what the criteria of the rating agencies look at. The single thing that you control the most is your budget and being able to demonstrate fiscal solvency as we go forward into that future. So that is a consideration they look at. That's something that we spend a lot of time educating them on. And like I said before, we spend a lot of time over the last few years looking at ways in which we can communicate effectively to that rating agency, because any movement in our rating affects two things. A, the interest in which we'll pay for bonds going forward, and also our ability to reap savings from refinancing, right? So if I issue bonds oh, yes, sir.
All right, I was just going to jump in, and as we go through these rating meetings, we get very good points for being in Silicon Valley with a robust economy. We get great points for our assessed valuation and the diversity of our economy as well. But they oftentimes pause and look at us about the deficit spending. They also pause and are concerned about our declining enrollment. We explain to them that the bonds are issued against the property. They're not part of our general fund operations, but they still assess the general operations and management of the district by those parameters.
That's a great clarification, and that's something that they look at us as fiscal and management practices as they go through that process. All that's to say is that right now we continue to be in an advantageous spot, being a AA3. That's something they continue to look at. We had our latest surveillance call, I believe, back in April, in which we came out with this AA3 with a negative outlook. So one of those things is something to watch as we go forward with that. If there was to be a downgrade in our overall rating, there would be additional costs. It may affect our ability of how much principal we could issue going forward, but it would not eliminate our ability to issue funds from Measure P going forward. So just some general parameters of what that bond issuance would look like. Once again, we'd be able to issue up to about $71.5 million if there was a demonstrated need by the district to have those funds available for facilities improvements. And the term of those bonds would be approximately 30 years. So we'd be taking out those bonds and asking investors to repay that principal over a 30-year term. And right now, we believe that the average interest rate would be somewhere around 4.75%. You may ask yourselves your question, okay, you told me 4.35, why you say 4.75? Like I said, there's a variance in there in terms of what those investors are looking for as we go forward. One of the other things I failed to mention on the interest rate slide is that we are not in a stable economic environment right now. Federal government's closed, okay? For all of you that were here for the first administration back in 2016, we had to price based on Twitter. So, we would, enter the day, think it's a good day to sell bonds, and then a tweet would come out and we'd have to adjust everything. And so we're starting to enter a similar cycle in the second term where it's becoming a little more volatile in terms of, being able to understand we're looking at economic data. The markets rely heavily on government institutions to provide us accurate and reputable data. That's something that is of discussion in terms of what that data looks like and how we can rely on that. The good news is financial institutions are very good at using data in general to come to their own conclusions and perform their own assessments over there below. But generally speaking, the market remains stable. There are investors out there looking for opportunities to buy bonds from school districts. The demand overall remains robust. And outside of a short period of time when the tariffs were first introduced back in March, the municipal market has been receptive to new issuances from school districts as we go forward. Next slide, please. So what's the process that is required for the issuance of bonds? First off, going over all the parameters of what that particular issuance would look like, and then engaging with the rating agencies in terms of, what are the parameters, what are things that have changed. And the good news is that we gave them a report in April. The world hasn't changed dramatically since April in terms of the operations. Yes, there will be new financials to look at. Some of the money that showed up at the end of the year from the state will obviously be a positive. There'll be questions about other things that go on. But overall, it's a process in which we're familiar with and we understand where those challenges may be going forward. Ultimately, the district, the board would have to consider adopting resolution and bond documents, the prospectus and so forth, that provides information to investors and authorizing staff to proceed with the sale of bonds to go forward with that. Once they have the authorization, in Santa Clara County, you're actually required not only to have the local authorization, but also county authorization. So to approve the tax rate resolution, things of that nature as we go forward. Secondarily, once all that process has gone through, once we've prepared the documents and gone forward with the sale, we would then post what's called the preliminary official statement. This is the prospectus that's given to investors. This is all the information, all the disclaimers, how things can go wrong. This is the booklet in which the investors look at whether or not they want to make a investment in buying your bonds. And then following that, what happens is we go out for, we actually sit down and we pick a day and we say, okay, these are the bonds for sale. Who are all the investors that are interested in buying these bonds? We work with the underwriting team and we look at locking in those interest rates and negotiating those terms with each of the investors as we go forward. If those terms are agreeable to staff to proceed with, then a commitment is made to sell the bonds to that group of investors. And 2 weeks later, we close the transaction and the proceeds are received by the district for use in those facilities projects going forward. I know I provided a lot of information and I do apologize, but it's just a lot up in here that goes in. But I'm happy to answer any questions the board may have about process, any questions you may have about Measure P. I think between myself and Associate Superintendent Evans, we could probably field most of those questions you may have. But at this time, happy to answer any questions you have.
For me, it's been a little while, but I believe you've presented us with a project list for Measure P in the past year. Would love an update on that, on what the next level of projects would be funded out of the sale.
Right now, we are currently working on modernization at Baldwin next summer, Davis, and Ledesma will be a 2-year project. We'll be working on the HVAC and the roof systems next year, and then the interior summer of 27. Bernal is on schedule for summer of 27 as well. I'm wondering if I'm missing something. Christopher and Stipe will finish up next year as well. So they did 2 summers, and whereas Herman did it phased. So we will need to reissue bonds to keep that momentum going, because we burned through. I want to say we've actually committed well over half, but we haven't actually spent over half of the $68 million. I think we have lots of contracts for the things upcoming and they're budgeted.
It may be beneficial for the community, because I was actually looking it up, to have something where we're like checking the box, right? We've done this project, we did this project, we're delivering. I know that we're doing that when we're going out and doing our groundbreakings and our grand openings, but I think I'm missing a page that would have something like that.
We have some things on our bond page it can use updating, but it also could use maybe being more of a splash page or some of those projects even under construction.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, thank you.
I just want to make sure that I understand, how the bond program works. So in 2022, when we passed Measure P, the idea was that we would be able to sell bonds and bring in 236 million. Is that correct?
That's correct, over time.
And then, so to date, we have about $68 million because we sold $68 million worth of bonds.
Been paid by that $68 million.
I see.
Our authorization is 168 and change, I think, left that we can still tap into.
Okay, so this presentation is just for us to consider if we want to sell additional bonds to get more money to spend.
We wanted to give an update on where we are on the assessed valuations, because when we issued the 68, that was all we could spend because we didn't have enough assessed valuation grow out yet or bonds paid off. So now that we have capacity, we can issue another 70 million to keep the program going, and just kind of wanted to bring you up to speed on where we are. We're well below the tax rate that we were at in 2022 when our objective was to stay at or below that level. So we can issue that $70 million and still honor that. It's not a legal requirement, but it's something we kind of want to stick to. And then we can keep the program going. And then while we grow more assessed valuation, we can then tap into probably the last third of the bond allocation. So this was just to kind of lay out the timeline, and we'll bring back a more specific timeline, but it probably will be within the next several months, shortly in the new year, I think. So we might start that conversation more closely in December so we can be ready to go in the new year.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? No. All right, thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you very much for your time.
All right, let's move on now to information item 8.2, California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress 2025 Results. Assistant Superintendent Enna, please present this item.
Thank you. Give me 1 second here. There we go. How's that? All right. Here we go. All right. Thank you, President Yu. I will be co-presenting with Director of Curriculum, Instruction, and Assessment, Dr. Patricia Mondragon Doty. We're pleased to present to you this evening the results of our state testing that our 3rd through 8th grade students took in the spring of 2025. All right. So you also may hear of state testing being called CASP, and what that stands for is the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress. And there's several tests that fall under the CASP umbrella. So for science, we have our California Science Test, and for language arts and math, you might also hear them called SBAC because they were developed by the Smarter Balance Assessment Consortium. And for all of those, math, language arts, and science, there's a California Alternative Assessment for students with significant special needs. And then also under the umbrella is the Spanish Reading Language Arts, the California Spanish Assessment. And for tonight's purposes, we're going to be presenting the science, math, and language arts results to you. Why do students take the state testing in the spring? It's part of our state accountability system, or the California dashboard, which takes the student score progress into consideration. There are multiple data points that are part of the state accountability system, and this is one of them. And test results also inform instruction at the site level, as well as strategic and systemic planning for continuous improvement. We use state test results to determine where the inequities lie and plan strategies to provide equitable opportunities for all students.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. And as part of our district's commitment to equity and access, I'd like to share how testing supports are structured for students. These supports fall into 3 categories: universal tools, designated supports, and accommodations. Each is designed to ensure students can demonstrate what they know without lowering academic standards. Accessibility supports are selected in advance via the CASP Test Operation and Management System, also known as TOMS. For example, universal tools are available to all students. Those include highlighters, Zoom features, digital notepads, and calculators when permitted. The purpose of universal tools is to ensure all students have equal access to basic tools that support focus and test navigation. Designated supports are determined by classroom teachers. For example, translations to test items, embedded glossaries, and text-to-speech. Design supports provide additional language and processing support for students who need it, especially for our English language learners. Accommodations require an IEP or 504 plan. Some examples of accommodations are speech-text, ascribe, alternate response formats. They ensure students with disabilities have equitable access while maintaining the validity of the test. Before testing, teachers and case managers collaborate and ensure each student's needs are entered and that students have an opportunity to practice using the universal or designated supports and accommodations. Training is provided to site administrators and staff to ensure proper implementation during the testing. And all of these supports ensure that assessments measure student knowledge and skills, not language barriers and disabilities. I'd like to provide a quick overview of the state testing data portal. This is a secure online platform provided by the California Department of Education, and it's where we access all of our state assessment results. Hot off the press, the newest results were just released on October 9th. The portal gives us several key views of student learning. Student level data. This shows each student's results, growth over time, and specific areas of strengths and needs. School and district reports. These give us an aggregated view of how our schools and the district are performing overall in English language arts, math, science, and English language development. Subgroup performance. These results are broken down by student groups such as English learners, students with disabilities, and socioeconomic disadvantaged students. This is especially important for monitoring equity. This portal is more than a reporting tool. It helps us track progress towards our LCAP goals and ensures our MTSS supports are having the intended impact on our students. It also identifies which students need additional support and enrichment, compares year-over-year growth, and measure progress towards closing the achievement gaps. We use the data to inform school site plans, instructional adjustments, and professional development for our teachers. Ultimately, the state testing data portal helps us make data-informed decisions to ensure every Oak Grove student has the opportunity for success. I'm pleased to share that Oak Grove has steadily increased our performance in math. This progress reflects the collective work of our teachers, site leaders, and district teams to strengthen math instruction. This past year was especially significant because it marked the first full year of implementation of our new math curriculum, Savas Envision. Transitioning to a new curriculum always takes time, but we are already seeing positive results. Teachers report that the program provides stronger alignment to the state standards, more support for English language learners, and resources for differentiated instruction. While we know there is still a lot of work ahead to accelerate student learning, it is encouraging that we are on an upward trend in math achievement after just 1 year of curriculum implementation. This gives us confidence that with continued professional development, coaching, and targeted supports, we can build on this foundation and continue to close the gap. The steady growth is a reflection of our district's commitment to ensuring that every Oak Grove student has access to high-quality curriculum, strong instruction, and the supports they need to succeed. As part of our review of math achievement, I'd like to also highlight our cohort data. This data is especially valuable because it follows the same group of students over time, showing us not just overall averages, but how specific groups of students are progressing. Looking at this year's results, our current 7th grade students showed a 4% increase in math performance last year. Our current 8th grade students improved by 5%. And our current freshmen in Oak Grove and Santa Teresa High School, who were 8th graders last year, grew by 2%. In this next slide, we'll take a look at the math results from each of our learning communities. You'll see that some schools made significant gains this year, and we want to recognize and celebrate that progress. At the same time, I'd like to remind the board that the math results in CASP are just one measurement. While it gives us important information, it does not capture the full range of growth and progress happening at each of our sites. Whether that's the student engagement, language development, enrichment opportunities, or other academic indicators. So as we review these results, please keep both perspectives in mind: the value of this data and the broader picture of student success in Oak Grove. For example, right there we have Anderson, 7% gain. Ledesma, 8% gain. And within that data as well, we've got 1% gains here and 1% gains in other sites. That was David, that was Bernal. Moving on to the Davis Learning Community. Christopher, 6% gain. Edenvale, 10% gain. Double digits right there, you guys. And STIPE, 5% gain. Herman Learning Community for math. Frost, 9% gain. Sakamoto, 5% gain.
Okay, so here we have the results for the 2025 math broken down by student group. The first bar you see is the results for all students, just for the visual comparison. And then we have our low socioeconomic students at 28% at or above standard. RFEP is our reclassified fluent English proficient. So when English learners get to a certain level and they can be reclassified, that they have a new designation and they are at 68% at or above. MKV is our unhoused or homeless youth. That's 21% at or above. Asian students, 73% at or above. Our Black African American students, 30% at or above. Filipino students, 58% at or above. Hispanic, 26% at or above. White, 58%. Two or more races, 57% at or above. And I just want to highlight here some significant increases for our Black and African American, plus 8% increase. Hispanic, Latino, and students who identify as two or more races, plus 3%. Missing here, you may notice, are English learners and students with disabilities. We really want to visit those data points when we do our dashboard presentation so that we can focus on growth. By nature, the students who are in those groups are generally below grade level, because once they reach grade level, they either exit out of their IEP, not necessarily always, but a lot of times when they're performing at grade level, they will exit their IEP, so they are no longer in that category, or they reclassify if they're English learners. So we want to look at those two student groups at a later time with you. So let's talk about how we're going to continuously improve and build on this momentum in mathematics. We're so proud of the bright spots and the growth that's taken place, but we aim to continue to improve. And some of the research-based strategies for this include fidelity to our new high-quality instructional materials in math, including all of the components that the curriculum offers that meet the needs of our neurodivergent students and our multilingual learners. And within that, and also outside of just the curriculum, using multi-tiered systems of support. So determining universal, supplemental, and intensive support for students through strategic instructional design and intervention. We also have, across our district and even within our own leadership team, we have professional learning communities at work, and our PLCs are really baked into the culture here in Oak Grove. We've been developing our PLCs for many, many years. They're not only essential to regular progress monitoring and feedback for teachers on their practice, but it also builds teacher collective efficacy in their practice. Another thing that we are committed to is implementing the interim assessments for CASP, and these provide exposure for the students to the item types and the technology at their grade level, and gives them practice in using the accessibility features that Dr. Mondragon-Doty explained earlier.
Turning to English language arts, our CASP results show that we've been relatively stable over the last 3 years. We went from 48% of students meeting or exceeding standards down to 46%, and this past year, we have gone back up to 48%. While that dip last year was concerning, we are encouraged to see that we have regained ground and are back at our previous high point. This tells us two things. First, that our focus on reading, writing, and language development is paying off. And second, that we have a solid foundation to build upon. We know our goal is not simply to return to where we were, but to continue moving upward. With the new English language arts ELD curriculum pilot underway, and the additional supports we are providing through MTSS, we are positioning ourselves to accelerate growth in literacy across all grade levels. In English Language Arts, I want to highlight that all of our student cohorts made gains in the ELA CAS this year. This is significant because it means our growth is not isolated to one grade level. It is happening broadly across our district. These gains reflect the work our teachers and site teams are doing to strengthen literacy instruction, provide targeted supports, and ensure that students have the opportunity to practice reading and writing in meaningful ways. While we know there's still much work to do, it is encouraging to see that our cohort data shows consistent movement in the right direction. This tells us that our strategies are working and gives us a strong foundation as we move forward with the ELA-ELD pilot. In the same way we looked at Math CASP results, we will now review the English Language Arts results by learning community. We want to take a moment to celebrate the successes at each of our schools. Many sites, as you'll notice, have important gains, and that progress reflects the hard work of our teachers, our staff, and our students. Again, at the same time, I want to remind the board that CASP is one important data point. It gives us valuable insight, but it does not capture the full range of growth happening at our schools. Whether that's language development, social emotional learning, student engagement, or other academic milestones. So as we look at these results, we'll keep both perspectives again in mind. So here we have for Burnell, 4% gain in Taylor. But when you see at all of the different graphs, you see that there's small gains at each of those sites. And then we have schools progressing in not only math, but also English Language Arts. Christopher, there again, 10% gain. And Stipe, again, 4% gain. For Herman Learning Community, Sakamoto, again, 5% gain. Herman, again, a gain of 7%.
And here again, we look at student group data to determine opportunities to strengthen equity in the district. And the growth that I want to highlight here is with our reclassified RFEP students at 4% increase, and also with our Black African American students at 4% increase for language arts.
So as we look at how Oak Grove is strengthening literacy, I want to highlight the comprehensive approach we are taking. First, we are using a Amira reading difficulties risk screener to identify students' foundational reading skills. This gives teachers precise information about which students need support in phonics, fluency, or comprehension. So instruction can be targeted from the very beginning. And we're doing it with 1st through 2nd grade students. Second, we are providing personalized instruction through iReady, continue to do that, Kinder through 8, and Amira, 1st through 2nd grade students. These platforms allow students to practice at their own level while giving teachers real-time data to guide lessons and interventions. Teachers then use this information to monitor progress, give feedback, and adjust instruction as needed. We are also continuing to integrate strategies, SEAL strategies, which connect language, literacy, and content knowledge, ensuring that our English learners and all students build both academic vocabulary and deeper comprehension skills. And finally, we're looking ahead to the adoption of our ELA-ELD curriculum. This will bring all of these elements together in a cohesive, standards-aligned program that supports every learner from foundational skills to critical thinking. Together, these efforts reflect a comprehensive approach to literacy, using data to drive instruction, personalizing learning, embedding strong language development strategies, and preparing for the next generation of curriculum resources. This is how we're working to ensure that every Oak Grove student becomes a confident and capable reader. Turning to science, we have been closely monitoring our CAST results at 5th and 8th grade. For 5th graders, scores have shown gradual improvement. We moved from 33% to 35% and now to 36% of students meeting and exceeding standards. While the growth is incremental, it shows we're moving in the right direction. For 8th graders, our results have been more stable. We went from 38% to 38%, and this year we dipped slightly to 36%. This tells us that we have work to do in strengthening science instruction at the middle school level. Overall, the CAST data highlights two things: encouraging upward movement in elementary science, a need to focus on ensuring middle school science where results are leveling off to ensure students leave Oak Grove well prepared for high school science pathways. Equally important, we need to focus on building coherence across grade levels. Since CAST is only administered in 5th and 8th grade, success depends on every grade level contributing to a strong foundation. Each grade must build on the skills and knowledge from the previous one. So by the time students reach 5th or 8th grade, they are ready to demonstrate their science learning. As we continue to expand inquiry-based learning through our TWIG curriculum, we expect to see steadier and more consistent growth across grade levels.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mondragon-Doty. The last slide I wanted to share with you that I had an opportunity to speak with several of the principals of the schools who were highlighted as having significant gains in their test scores. And so I had data chats with them to discuss what they believe led to the success. And I wanted to share with you some of the trends from those conversations that emerged. So the first thing that principals believed was that the mindset was very important on staff. Believing that students can achieve and that they can grow, the adults in the community really having strong growth mindsets for their students and for themselves, and also the mindset of the students and building that those growth mindset opportunities and learning and strategic times of the day where they're practicing that was really key. Another important strategy was ongoing monitoring of data, specifically iReady progress, but there's also other formative assessments, and having students monitor their own growth and owning their achievement as well. And it kind of side by side with that, celebrating the success publicly, having fun celebrations for students, kind of incentives, but providing motivation for them to continue to work a little bit harder and try their best. Another trend was the focus and alignment across the SIPSA plans, all of the goals that the site has, the strategies that they're using with their instructional leadership teams, the focus in their professional learning communities, and really that they keep the main thing the main thing. And that focus and alignment led to gains for those schools. Lastly, there was a real sense of urgency. Many of them reported that they just felt like we have to get better. And the motto sort of in the culture that can articulate that is that if not now, then when? And if not us, then who? So they really did feel like we can do this and we're going to do it, and they did. So our goal now is to scale that success and continue to build on it. All right, so that concludes our presentation. We'll open it up now for questions from the board. Thank you so much.
Some of the additions to this presentation I found kind of confusing, to be honest. Some of the plus that were added to some of the slides because they actually don't add up. So we can go back to slide 13. Okay, so it says, and I'm assuming these +3, +4 are from year-to-year increases. So the first one makes sense. 42 plus 3 is 45. But 46 to 46 is not plus 4.
So
And 48 to 52, okay, that's 4. But 48 to just 51 to 49, that's minus 2. Why was that?
So I'm so glad that you're asking this question because what Dr. Mondragon is pointing out is that we're tracking cohort data. So I apologize for not making this clearer in the presentation, but if you look at what we're looking at on the side, the +3 is going from that cohort of students who first took the assessment in 3rd grade, the blue, 42%, in, there you go, in 4th grade, that same cohort of students increased 3%. So sometimes it's just another way of looking at the data, because sometimes if we're looking from, 4th grade 1 year to 4th grade the next year, it's a different group of students. So this way we can just look at what did those same students do from year to year.
Okay. And then on page 15. So it felt like last year, kind of across the board, we had some declines. What particularly about last year was different from this year and the year before?
In terms of the reasons why?
Yeah, it seems like across the board at most of the schools, we had declines, some significant declines.
Well, for language arts, there's a multitude of reasons for why test scores are the way they are. We kind of focus on what's in our control. As I mentioned on the last slide, there were several things that the principals who made significant gains said were, led to their impact. But that's not to say that they weren't doing those same things the year before. So,
and if I can add just one element to it, our ELTP coaches that support all the sites, last year they were very, very strategic as to what they were going to be presenting to the staff in professional development. So they, as a team, they created these presentations, and those presentations were provided to all of the sites to ensure that there was consistency with the specific SEAL strategies being implemented district-wide. So again, those best practices that were done last year will continue on this year, but that is one of the components that we feel really supported English language arts.
another thing we saw, and this wouldn't necessarily impact our CASP language arts scores for last year's newcomers, but last year and the year, but in the last few years, we've seen an increase in the number of newcomer students, and they are exempt from taking the CASP test for language arts for 12 months. But then they do need to take it the following year. And so newcomer students, in that second year they're taking the assessment, they need, so, they will still need the significant supports, the designated supports that we can give them, but also they don't have necessarily the English language proficiency in that test-taking environment, and this learning community is heavily impacted by the newcomer population, so that could be one reason.
Okay, like the Parkview Elementary where we have a large percentage, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for your questions.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Enna and Patricia. It's super excited to see science on the California dashboard. I think it's been a very long time coming, so it's good that we're now tracking the science data coming in. I do appreciate, that we're seeing that we're trending positive in math, like the gains that we're seeing is good. I also thought it was really promising that we're seeing our two high needs populations showing gains as well, our Black African American group as well as our Hispanic population. I always find the tracking cohort data a more reliable indicator of growth and progress versus the grade level comparisons, because it is like comparing apples to apples versus, apples to oranges, because every cohort does start off at a different baseline and every cohort has different needs. I have a couple of questions that I do have for you. In terms of, looking at our multi-tiered systems of support and thinking about our interventions, I'd like to know a little bit more about who is providing interventions. How do the students receive intervention support in our district? Is it small group? Is it pull-out? Do we have interventionists? Is it like done by the teachers? So if you could just...
Yeah, I can put together a more comprehensive kind of outline for you that I can share with you later. But just off the top of my head, yes, we do have at a couple of our Title I schools, we do have coaches that are funded by their Title I dollars that provide either push-in support, pull-out support with small group, literacy intervention specialists. We do have a couple of those as well. We also have, from supplemental funding, we have allotments, $10,000 for each elementary school and $13,000 for each of our intermediate schools, where they can use as needed for intervention on campus. So that a lot of times is after-school programs, literacy academies, math academies. Sometimes they also have, a retired teacher who comes back and is on a service agreement to provide, small group instruction during the school day. But what's exciting is this year, actually just this week, we started a new intervention tracking program where through our data management system, analytics and insights, we have a function where teachers can develop a intervention plan and start tracking, adding students to the intervention and start tracking. So now in our ecosystem of our data management, we know across the schools who's teaching interventions, what are the interventions that are taking place, who's enrolled in those interventions. And now we're going to start being able to, because it's part of the ecosystem and we have iReady scores and CASP scores and all this other information, attendance information, chronic absenteeism, we'll start being able to see what are the broader impacts of interventions. It also, our SST plans are also in that environment. So the interventions can then tack into the SST plan. And like I said, we just rolled that out this year, and the first round of interventions is starting this week. And so we're really excited. We'll be able to pull some data to be able to share with you at a future date.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see the data and learn more about how interventions are going. I think I missed it. So the literacy grant for each school for intervention, that's just a 1 year.
We've been able to give that for several years. It is out of supplemental funding, and it's intervention, site-based intervention funds. So those they're in the LCAP, and those funds are to be used at the discretion of the school site.
And is it focused on literacy supports?
It can be. It can focus on math, or it can be a little bit of both. It could be, I know we have a lot going on right now, but I know we have some homework support. We have some math interventions after school. We have, some of them are social emotional learning interventions. There's a couple of those. We also have literacy academies that range from, a K2 foundational skills to upper grade deepening comprehension, or it could be upper grade foundational skills as well. Yeah.
So I know at some point you also will bring to the board a presentation about local data. Yes? Is that correct?
Yes, in January, we bring to you data as part of our LCAP mid-year report. And so that covers all of our metrics and local data as well.
Okay, yeah. I think as a part of that presentation, one, I am really interested actually in the Amira data, since that is the new screener that's been implemented this year. And I am interested to know if the district has a plan for what we're doing when students are flagged for dyslexia or some other reading difficulty. So, just a little note for that January presentation.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, and I think those are all of my comments. So thank you again. Are there any other additional comments or questions? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, let us now move on to action items. So action item 9.1, Associate Superintendent Evans, can you please present this item?
Yes, this is actually a nice follow-up to our bond presentation. This is a contract with ADIS Architects. They were engaged early on to do initial programming and schematic design at Ledesma. They're moving on to the design for the phase 1 next summer, which is the exterior rooftop roofing, and I don't know how much roofing we're doing, but mostly the HVAC and other exterior work. So this is a contract to engage them to go into the construction drawings and getting all of that ready to go to the division of the state architect. It'll be paid out of Measure P bond funds, and the fee for their portion is $595,500. The estimated cost of construction is $5.8 million, with a total cost of $7.25 when you bring in all the soft costs for architecture, inspector, division of the state architect, and those fees. So it's recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the ADIS Architect proposal for the modernization at Ledesma Elementary.
May I have a motion and a second?
Motion to approve?
Second. Do we have any public comments? Any board discussion?
I just had one quick question. Because we've already bid the project to them initially, that's why we're just moving forward without a bid on this one?
Yeah, we, for architectural services, we can engage without going through a formal bidding process because they're services, not like bidding for a construction project. So the architect, we don't have to bid out. So we engage them to start it. And I've done this before where we've done phased construction. So we increase their contract over the course of the project.
Okay, so it's an increase.
Great. Let's go ahead and do a roll call vote, please.
Member Torres. Vice President Hebert.
Aye.
President Yu.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Our last three action items are variable term waiver request that we will be bundling together for one motion. Associate Superintendent Bowles, can you please present these action items?
Yes, thank you so much, President Yu, and members of the board. Action items 9.2, 9.3, and 9.4 all relate to variable term waivers that we are seeking your approval on. A variable term waiver is a document issued for potential certificated staff who meet the waiver criteria. They're good for 1 year, and while the individual works on completing those requirements. And for these three individuals, there's two who need an extension to their waiver and one who needs a new waiver, variable term waiver. The first one, two of them are actually for bilingual teachers who teach in our Spanish immersion programs at both Davis Intermediate School and also at Christopher Intermediate School. So one of the variable term waivers that we're bringing to you is for a teacher here at Davis Intermediate School. She has vast experience working in bilingual settings, and she came to us from Oregon. So she's applied for a California credential, and the commission has only processed that request this month. And then now she needs time to take and pass the California subject test requirements for teachers for bilingual authorization. So it's giving her time in the transition from Oregon to California to complete those. The other bilingual teacher is Ms. Margarita Diaz, and she is a TK teacher at Christopher. She previously was approved for a variable term waiver. There's several subtests to the BCLAD bilingual authorization, and so she needed one more to pass. In fact, actually, she took it today, and our unofficial results is she passed the last one, and so that happened even after we put this in. We still haven't received official scores, but we did get unofficial scores that she passed her last subset, which is subset 5. And then the last one is for Nazreen Hussain, the principal at the Indigo program. A variable term waiver was requested and approved for her in 24-25. She's serving as the principal of the Indigo program. She needs some time to complete the very last of her requirement, and she expects that that should be completed by December of this year. But we need to bring to you the request to extend the variable term waiver. And so with that, it is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the motion to file a variable term waiver for Mira Rupp, to extend the variable term waiver for Nazreen Hussein, and to approve a request for a 1-year variable term waiver extension also for Margarita Diaz.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and motion that we approve action items 9.2, 9.3, and 9.4. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, do we have any public comments? Any board discussion or questions? Okay, let's go ahead and get a roll call vote.
Member Torres?
Aye.
Vice President Eber?
Aye.
Resident Yu?
Aye.
Motion's carried.
Okay, this takes us to closing items. So correspondence and board discussion, we may now hear from board members regarding correspondence from individuals and/or organizations regarding district programs or services. Board members may report on meetings attended or other related district matters. At this time, board members may also report on committee assignments.
I just want to share that I was able to attend the Oak Ridge Elementary Hispanic Heritage Month with Principal Singh welcomed me, and I was able to watch a group perform folklorico and a mariachi play and interact with students. It was a fun way to celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month. I was also invited to serve at Anderson's Book Fair by Rayan Ayala, Home and School Club president. It was a great way to meet teachers, parents, students, and to help in a meaningful way. I have been working directly with Dr. Patricia Modragon Dotti and Noemi Ruiz for an upcoming Hispanic Latino Awards on Saturday. Principal Mabanag and Noemi have introduced me to the Coyote Folklorico group, and I've been going to Christopher a couple of times a week and teaching them some dances that they'll be performing on Saturday's award event. Today, I participated in the emergency preparedness drill, the Great Shakedown. It was wonderful to see Superintendent Chaitis and Cecily as they were amazing as they led and guided this drill. It took a team to work together on the site comprehension plan. Command Officer Edgar Dueñas really controlled and delegated the drill. Everyone was amazing and lots of great communication, and planning was completed. So it was a great time. Thank you.
Just a quick update from CSBA. I'm following up on some legislation. Right now, still before the governor, CSBA is supporting the legislation AB 1390 that it would actually increase school board compensation. They've been asking for this. There is a cap that is set by the state and so would raise the cap. That doesn't mean that school boards would automatically get an increase in their stipend. We would still have to vote on it as an individual school board to do an increase, but it would raise the cap that's allowed by the state. They've also recently passed legislation that would eliminate ultra-processed food within our food system in our school district, which we'll have to assess for the impact for that, because I'm assuming it would come with increased costs for the kind of food that we serve and how we procure it. I believe Superintendent Chaidez and I will be attending a CSBA event in the upcoming weeks that will welcome other school superintendents and their representatives so that we can get a briefing on the budget and what's going on locally.
For me, I did attend a couple of school site visits in September. So on the 18th, I visited Herman as a part of the executive team site visits with Trustee Joglekar. And then on the 25th, I was able to visit Bernal. I do live in like the elementary school level, so it was really great to experience what middle school is like and to, just have a different perspective on that middle school experience. On September 27th, I also attended the 34th Annual Moon Festival at Andrew Hill, and I did represent Oak Grove at that event. For those that don't know, the Mid-Autumn Moon Festival is actually one of the most significant holidays in many Asian cultures. It's second only to Lunar New Year. This year's celebration was a wonderful community event. It was full of vibrant performances and festivities, but it was also used to raise funds to support the McKinney-Vento program for students in the Eastside Union High School District. And Oak Grove is a feeder district into Eastside. So it was a great event. I was able to connect with other school board members from the neighboring districts as well. I look forward to attending the Hispanic Student Recognition event this coming Saturday and to see all of our student performers as well. And that is it for my report. All right, we can now adjourn. Can I have a motion and a second to adjourn the meeting?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. None opposed. The regular board meeting on October 16th, 2025 is adjourned at 9:01 p.m. Our next regular board meeting of the Oak Grove School District will be held on November 13th, 2025 at Herman Intermediate School. Thank you.